contributes to the challenges of protests to other departments. So has SAPS quantified the cost of policing service delivery failures of other departments? And have you engaged National Treasury to recover these costs from those respective budgets of those departments? And my other question, Chair, the president has declared GBV and femicide as a national disaster. And I do not feel SAPS's interventions in this regard. And SAPS is at the center of addressing this sketch. So how can the committee then help in making sure that SAPS treats GBVF with the attention it deserves? And Chair, with regard to CARA Fund, how is SAPS incorporating a focus on targeting illicit financial flows and money laundering that make crime unsustainable? And my last question with regard to the consequence management of the 31 Acts of non-compliance, has SAPS taken any disciplinary measures? I know that she has mentioned some of the disciplinary cases, but what is the profile of the 31 areas of non-compliance, if we can just have those specifics? And thank you very much for the presentation, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Kalega Mazibuko. Next will be Honorable Sikete.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Sorry, I've got a little bit flu. Chair, I have two questions to ask, Chair. My first one will be, what is the progress on the resolution of the dispute between the SAPS and the BMA on the border security, and what other matters under consideration, and what is the recommendation of the SAPS? And my second question, Chair, will be with regard to the distribution of funds. What effect could increasing funds for crime intelligence have on the demands of the detectives, services, and crime prevention? Is the SAPS management convinced that the distribution of funds is optimal? That is my two questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sikete. May I recognize Honorable Mkhonto and then Honorable Siate, and then I will take some questions because if anyone needs to leave, and then I'm aware that the Civilian Secretariat for Police is up next, and so we will take that presentation as soon as those responses are done in conjunction with IPIT. So if I can recognize then Honorable Mkhonto, you can proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, please allow me not to use open my video. I have a challenge of network. Good morning to you, Chair, honorable members, and the acting minister, the deputy minister, and their team. Chair, I will start with a comment to what other members have said in terms of non-compliance to public expenditure. Chair, it's very difficult to lobby for funds when a department is having high amounts of irregular and fruitless expenditure. These amounts are quite substantive as being presented. It is very difficult because if you can't manage effectively the small amounts that you are being given, then for requesting more amounts is very questionable. And then, Chair, my first question will be on the mandate of this department on border management. The Border Management Authority is always complaining that there is a shortage of personnel with a policing expertise at the borders. And this department is not coming to the party as expected. So my question is, Chair, is that related to the budget deficit that they are talking about here? And the personnel, the shortage of personnel as they have presented that they experienced during the MTEF. My second question, Chair, will be on the civil claims. I will add to what Honorable Mazibuko has asked, but I want to know what are the common types of civil claims experienced by this department? And then my third and last question, what are the factors that impede SAPS to effectively deal with illegal mining to a point where defense has to intervene? Is it related with a budget deficit, or is just a lack of a capacity? With the other questions, Chair, my colleagues have covered me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhonto. Let us then take Honorable Siate, who's last.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know if I'm audible, but I will just continue anyway. Good morning to the Deputy Minister, to the Acting Minister, the Ministry staff present in this meeting, honorable members, support staff, and all other personnel in the meeting. So, Chair, I would like to just know, since the innovative measures are required to implement the prevention, combating, and investigation of crime and strategy of the SAPS, which specialities are required to optimize limited resources, recognizing the potential of digital technology, and are the current digital transformation plans of the SAPS adequate to complement the current staff capacity? And what are some of what is the impact? What impact does the reprioritization of the funds have on the investigation of existing dockets and cases? Then also, I would like to just know, Chair, what is the progress around the army joining on the public policing, joining the SAPS on the ground, especially in the mining cities? I particularly come from a chaotic type of a setup of a mining city where there's continuous crimes related to illegal miners fighting amongst themselves, and the casualties of these crimes then becomes the innocent citizens, and some of the officials in the mines are involved here. So I just want to check how far has that in disbursement of the funds, which the President was speaking about in the State of the Nation address, that they will be reinforced by the army. And just on visibility, if they are there, where are they? They are not visible enough. We are not seeing them. How far is that process? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Just one or two questions from my side. You cite this government security regulator. Now, I'm often reluctant on issues of regulators, agencies, SETAs, and all of those, because I'm not always sure they add profound value. I'd like to understand what value this particular regulator puts on the table, because there's an allocation to that. And I know that the argument can't easily be made that you can save a few millions so that you can get, environments to other programs. But I certainly happen to think that some of these, where they were to be cut, would assist in increasing or certainly drawing down on the 6,000 vacancies that you've spoken about. Let me ask the question on the Border Management Agency. It is my understanding that, of course, there's a special appropriation to Home Affairs to deal with this particular matter, but part of the limitation was that you couldn't transfer the SAPS police who are on the border onto the BMA, because when the BMA sat with this particular committee, they wanted 2 billion rands. And as you know, in the special appropriations bill, there was only 800 million allocated, with the deficit being the number of police that need to move across. Now, the allegation is that many of those polices, there are about 4,000 in total, just about, many of them were not fit for the purposes of BMA through acts of corruption, etc. So I want to understand whether that would be workable. And then lastly, I think this is a more, I worry, 2010 was probably the one time where police were well funded, just before the World Cup, and we saw murder rates come down. Now, if everything is a priority, then nothing is. Now, in the presentation, you highlight a number of priorities. I wonder, the priority around murder and the priority around funding for murder, just to understand how we link those two things so that we achieve what murder levels look like in 2010 and personnel capacity look like in 2010, because I would argue perhaps that was the glory year for the SAPS. But also, in light of that particular question, I'm wanting to understand, there is a general, and I'm reflecting on the question of transfers, there is a general conversation about the devolution of policing and whether or not attaching those to metro policing and merely amending the metro police bylaws, that they could do some functions performed by the SAPS were you to amend the constitutional frame that the SAPS go in. I wonder whether that might begin to address the question of human head counts relative to policing. But that's more a vision question and a reform question so that we fight crime, because I would argue that the closer and the capacitation to police stations closer to communities is where we become effective at crime fighting, relative to the current model at the moment, which just says, let's just add more heads to the SAPS and hope that with limited budgets, certainly on funding around technology, all of those, that we will eventually win the war against crime. I'm not sure that, doing more of the same in this particular instance is going to achieve what we need. And certainly my argument is bolstered by notionally the inclusion of the army as a deployment tells me that you're including the army for static purposes so that you can create the capacity for the police to do their jobs. So I just want to understand on those questions. I know we've asked a lot of questions, and so I wanted to abuse this time while the minister is here to give the minister some time if there were questions that were more political in nature and accounting in that regard, and then perhaps maybe the team can respond. I do want to take the civilian secretariat presentation at about 11:25, so the questions don't need to be answered in that time, and then we can ensure that in the midst of that, some of those who might require some written details can be sent further on. So let me allow that to proceed. Honourable Minister, and then to the Acting National Police Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the vast majority of questions will be answered by the Acting National Commissioner as the Accounting Officer. But I want to thank the honourable members for the questions. I have to say that in my appearances before the portfolio committees and before this committee, I have found the questions being put by members to be pointed, relevant, and of enormous help to me also in understanding the issues that I need to be paying attention to. So thank you for the questions. The two that I think I should respond to, or at least engage with. The first concerns the building of police stations. The members of the committee will be aware that this is actually a function of the Department of Infrastructure and Public Works. The issues have been intractable over a period of time. They're also concerning inadequacies in the planning process. So there were some observations, I believe it was by Member Bateman, about how those resources are allocated, particularly to those communities. And those will be the poorer and more marginalized communities that expand through urbanization, population movements, and so the demographic patterns change over time. And so you see that either there isn't a police station that's being properly planned for, or even where you have a police station, the pressures on that police station and the resources of the police station accumulate over time because the community is expanding, crime is increasing, and so forth. I would say to the members of the committee, and in particular to Member Bateman, that is a problem across the country. It's not. It's not only affecting communities like Nyanga, Guguletu, Philippi that he mentioned, the Western Cape. It's across the country. So we need a solution to this problem, and I don't think the current model is working optimally. I mean, the police stations are built. I've been to police stations that are, they're good structures. There are police stations that are built every year, but we are always behind the curve in a way. Now, I have asked the National Commissioner to produce a proposal to take to the Treasury to explore the possibility of using PPPs to address the infrastructure needs as well as the maintenance needs of the South African Police Service. I'm still waiting for that proposal. I know that some considerable work has been done, and I hope, because Treasury is receptive to the proposal, they too are waiting for this proposal, that it could be of some assistance. I understand that there are already, through GTAC, to that 27 police stations have already been identified for the implementation of such a model. So using PPPs not only for economic infrastructure where they have a well-established utility, but for non-economic infrastructure like police stations. And maybe the Acting National Commissioner General Dimpane can provide a little bit more information if that would be of assistance to the community. But I would say that we are reviewing the model, and we are formulating proposals. So we are at a very early stage of seeing whether a new model can be implemented that will produce better results. And then just on the question about the resource constraints that the South African Police Service, the agencies that are part of the SAPS family in a way, the Civilian Secretariat, IPID, and CIRA, although CIRA to a much less extent because it's not dependent on tax revenue, are affected, like all departments of the state, by the macroeconomic, the fiscal policy framework. Now, that debate can't be resolved by SAPS, whether we have the right approach to managing our public finances. There are certainly costs, possibly inflationary costs from high deficits and high interest rates and so forth that might arise from in the current global environment for a change of course. But we have to work within the current macroeconomic framework. The budget is really determined first within a cabinet and then adopted by the legislature, and then all departments are constrained to work within that framework. And I suppose the question then is, are we utilizing those funds? Are we prioritizing correctly? Are we utilizing the funds efficiently? Are we dealing with fruitless and wasteful expenditure in an accountable way, and so forth? One reason I can say why the General Dimpane was appointed to this position is because she has both the right professional and educational background and the skills, and I think the orientation to deal with such matters where I think SAPS has, with very serious consequences, struggled over a long period of time. So I'm looking forward to working with General Dimpane and the Auditor General, who has mapped out very clearly what steps need to be taken, what we should be focusing on to improve the levels of accountability when it comes to financial management, to which I think the National Commissioner and myself are fully committed. And I think there is now evidence, in recent months that of action being taken pursuant to the findings, both of the Madlanga Commission, IDEC, of course, but also in response to a forensic inquiries that were conducted by SAPS itself internally on the Medicare contract. So I think we're taking some small important steps in the right direction. But again, let me thank the members for their questions and the spirit in which they've been asked. And I'll hand over to General Dimpane. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will start and then I will hand over to the team to also deal with those that require specific details. I also note the questions that will require follow-up written submission. Starting from the beginning, Chair, there was a question in terms of the Auditor General's opinion. Chair, we can confirm that for the past 5 years, the department has been able and is able to submit quality financial statements that has allowed the department to receive an unqualified audit opinion. Those financial statements have not been adjusted in this particular regard. So for the past 5 years, until the previous financial year, the department received an unqualified audit opinion. Of course, there are still areas that requires further work in terms of performance information. That is the area that the department is struggling with, but an unqualified audit opinion has been issued in this regard. General Zigama will touch on the figures when it comes to issues of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We can assure this committee, Chair, when it comes to fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the disclosure last year or previous financial year, it was less than 8 million. There was an amount there that we will share shortly. We can assure the chairperson as well as the committee that we do determination tests. We determine who's responsible for this unwanted expenditure, and we recover where it is feasible to recover in this particular regard. When it comes to irregular expenditure that was disclosed, we had 2 or 3 contracts that were troubling us in terms of the disclosure in the previous financial year, in that the medical contract as well as the RT contract, where colleagues did not follow prescriptions in this particular regard. The action is underway in terms of all the investigations that ought to be done in this particular regard. There was a question in terms of the head of supply chain management. We are committed to cleaning up this department, in particular in the area of supply chain management, chairperson, because our issue is that we can't continue on this basis. If people are entrusted to ensure that they procure commodities within prescripts, is it a deliberate action that they are not compliant? So we are into that particular space. Yes, the head of supply chain management has been put on suspension, perhaps for purposes of the record as well. Supply chain management is represented by Major General Sitole in this particular meeting today. In terms of organized crime and the resources, this is a priority, Chair. To this end, we do have over 1 billion in terms of our baseline to deal with the issues that plagues us in terms of organized crime. We have also looked at alternative sources of funding in that CARA funding has been made available to us. While we acknowledge that this is not sufficient, we believe that it can, there could be headways that are made in this particular regard. The issue of civil claims, it is a challenge for the department. I have requested management that we may have to set aside a day where we are going to unpack this and deal with it decisively. There are actions and interventions in place. Those interventions seems not to be giving us an impact in this regard. So we will be having a session where we unpack. The area that is troubling us in terms of civil claims is an area that talks about unlawful detention by police. It consumes around 75% of these monies that we pay out. So we will be engaging in a day where we unpack this. However, we are not waiting. We investigate where members are found to have been in the wrong in terms of negligence. With the advice of legal services, we do hold those members to account. There was a question on, other questions will be taken by the team on personnel, the 11,000. We envisage that the first group will go in June, and the second group will go in February in this regard, in relation to the recruitment of personnel. There were issues on AGSA and the findings. In 2019, Chair, the department, I think for the longest time, we were receiving a qualification audit of opinion. In the main, we were troubled by 2 issues: irregular expenditure, as well as non-disclosure of network assets. So in 2019, we embarked on a process to clear this and deal with them decisively to ensure that we disclose accordingly. So we were requested to undertake an exercise, go back 4 years, and unpack these transactions. We did that exercise. Ultimately, we had to then correct our disclosure, which amounted to over 2 billion. So that amount is as a result of those old transactions. I think there was a slide that was presented that talks to how is it that we are dealing with these old transactions in terms of processes of condonation, removal, and so forth and so forth. So it is an exercise that resulted in us having to correct what is it that we disclose fairly on our financial statements. So we believe that with the work that we have done, we have made progress, and we will be in a position to can report that progress in this upcoming financial statements that are due month end. We are embarking on a revamp program for supply chain management as per the instruction of our principals. We are engaging Treasury or GTEC through National Treasury in terms of a revamp program. We believe that that particular program will assist us to revamp and to professionalize our supply chain management environment. So those processes have already started, and in the near future, we will be in a position to can present progress in this regard. the issues of deprioritization. There's no program that has been deprioritized. What we mean in terms of reprioritization, we have had to reduce spending on the non-core items. We had to reduce spending on the administration program. To this end, we decided or took a decision to not even procure vehicles that talks to the administration program, so that this funding can be redirected to our core programs, which is program 2 up to program 4 in this particular regard. It is an exercise that we were forced to enter into as a result of operational funding that has been reduced as per the presentation. So we are responsible in terms of the fact that even if we reprioritize, we do not find ourselves affecting services in any program. But in the main, we have stopped or reduced spending on the so-called non-core items, as well as our administration program in this regard. Program 5, as the presentation indicated, over 90% of spending there is as a result of compensation of employees. This is salaries as well as benefits that goes to the members who are hired within that particular program. The other information, or I will hand over to General Musikidi to touch on BMA issues, to touch on, there were issues on BMA, and then GBVF. GBVF is a priority, Minister, as well as the chairperson and the committee. Over 1.6 billion has been set aside for activities relating to GBVF. There is also top-up amounts that we allocate to the provincial commissioners to ensure that they intensify their efforts and actions in relation to the issues of GBVF in this regard. It is a priority, Chair. The digital technology, General Mavunda will touch in terms of that. We have prioritized funding, though it is not adequate, to ensure that we procure IT equipment, we modernize our IT to ensure that we support policing in this regard. Issues such as procurement of cameras and procurement of drones and all that, she will expand in terms of that. The SNDF deployment, General Musikidi will come in this regard. In terms of MEDA and how we allocate money towards MEDA, Chair, we allocate funding or resources towards activities such as activities that are taking place in police stations and units, to capacitate them to be able to reduce the crimes that leads to murder, crimes such as gun violence, crimes such as organized crime, all those serious crimes that leads to murder. So we capacitate units as well as environments and ensure that there is sufficient resources for detectives to investigate and resolve the murder cases. We capacitate CI to ensure that they collect information for us to be able to resolve the murder cases. We capacitate visible policing to ensure that they are visible, they prevent actions that leads to murder, because there are a lot of causes or causal factors that causes the murder issue. So in terms of resource allocation, we resource police stations, units, and provinces to ensure that they are capacitated enough to then execute the activities too. At the end of the day, the impact must be the reduction in terms of murder rate in this particular country. Chair, with that, I will hand over to General, starting with General Musikidi, followed by General Sintumule and General Nkua. General Rabi will conclude with General Zigamai on the specific details in terms of the numbers on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The rest of the questions, Chair, we are committed that we will then put them in writing and submit back to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to you, sir. Good morning to the committee members, to the Minister of Police, the Deputy Minister, the Director Generals of the sister departments, the National Commissioner of Police, Acting Lieutenant Generals Dimpani. Let me stand by the protocol. I am Lieutenant General Musikidi, Chairperson. As the Acting National Commissioner has allocated, I will start with the issue of the SAPS and BMA, very short, Chairperson, that in relation to the issues of transfer of functions of the South African Police Service to BMA, South African Police Service is directed with the provisions of Section 205, subsection 3, to operate anywhere in the country when it comes to the issues of crime prevention, combating and investigation, and restoring of law and order. That is why, Chairperson, the functions of the South African Police Service in terms of the Constitution cannot be transferred to any department. If you look at the BMA Act, it does stipulate that there will be a shared responsibility with all the departments that are operating where BMA is being allocated or created for, which in the particular act of the BMA Act, I think it's section 5 thereof, it does indicate that BMA responsibility is confined to ensuring the illegal crossings in the border. So any other function will then be undertaken by the relevant department. That is why the function overlap was looked at, because at the beginning, if one can look at the history, the South African Police Service prior to the establishment or creation of the BMA was doing the border control. So after the establishment of the BMA, the review of the functions was done even before the enactment of the BMA Act, and for BMA to continue to operate. And in that space, you don't only find the South African Police Service, but there are other departments. The specific question, I think, was on the issues of the transferring of these functions, including the issues of the funding of the BMA, which the cluster, DG's cluster, as well as the ministers elaborated on this matter, discussed this matter over a period of 2 years since I was here. And the responses, including that of the advice from the state law advisor, found that the issue of transferring resources of the South African Police Service to BMA cannot be actualized, because we do have the responsibility in terms of the proactive and the detecting of the sought vehicles in the ports, the profiling and the searching of illegal activity other than the illegal crossing. That is the issue of the BMA, the detention of suspect, intelligence function, maintaining public order and enforcing law in that space. And this is in accordance with the prescriptions of the Constitution, also realizing the legislative mandate of the BMA, which was conceptualized by the Department of Home Affairs, as it was said earlier. Section 4, subsection 2 directs that border law enforcement function within the border law enforcement area of the ports of entry will be performed exclusively by BMA. So any other function at this space of policing remains the policing responsibility. BMA was also directed on the steps that must be taken within the cluster to approach a national treasury to acquire funding for its capacitation. So, Chair, I think one of the issues that you highlighted is the 4,000 members. South African Police Service do not have 4,000 members that are not fit for purpose. It was not discussed with the department, either myself nor the National Commissioner, that these members are not transferable because of corruption. I think the Acting National Commissioner did indicate it on what measures and steps that the department is taking to ensure that those that are found to be on the other side or transgression of any activity are being dealt with accordingly. And within the cluster itself, we're looking holistically on the issues that are happening within this environment. And it involves not only SAPS members that are operating elsewhere in the country, but all the departments. And we have heard of the reports where members from other departments that are operating in that space were also being subjected to investigation, arrests, and so forth. So the issue of saying the members of SAPS that were operating at the border were not fit for purpose, Chairperson, was not discussed at any platform or to the department itself. And if that happens, the necessary steps will be taken to address those issues. The other question was that there is not enough capacity. That is why we have shared responsibility within the border environment between all the concerned departments at the moment. I know of SANDF that is also having responsibility in terms of the border control. We have South African Police Service in terms of crime and classical policing. We have BMA. We also have National Treasury alongside the transport that is operating in that space. On the second question of the deployment of the South African Police Service and SANDF cooperation, Chairperson will recall that the President has pronounced on this matter, and only 5 identified area in terms of the presidential minute were identified where it is the high crime to address the issues of gang violence that in relation to Western Cape, the district of Cape Town district, and we do have such deployments. We also have identified other areas in the country, such as Eastern Cape, Gqeberha, Gauteng, as well as Northwest and Free State Province. So each of these identified areas, we are looking at different dimensions of different commodities that are to be addressed in this space. And I must say, up to today, Chairperson, we do have a notable decline of incidents in the areas where the deployment is happening. And I must say on the question that they are not visible, they are not seen, I'm not sure, because in some quarters and other reports, there will be issues where these members will be followed by some of the members when they are operating. And there are notable successes that have been picked up and being reported to the National Coordination Center in relation to the activities that are being undertaken by the team. The adoption of Operation Prosper, rather than only focusing at the 5, was looking at the possible displacement of crime and that agility that if and when there is a need for this deployment under Operation Prosper to be adjusted to other areas, that will be done, Chairperson, and it is being embodied in the plan. I must indicate that, Chairperson, the deployment was in full swing only for 5 weeks back. So we still have the areas that we are looking at the impact assessment, and I'm not sure that within the 4 weeks period, we can be in the position to say the impact cannot be notable or the impact is not sufficient so far. We are continuously doing the monitoring of and evaluation of the deployment and adjustment as and when we receive the intelligence brief and where and how to deploy members. Perhaps during these deployments at certain areas, that cannot be made public when the deployment happens, because it will defeat the purpose and the objectives of the plan. It's a way the member does not see, but we receive intelligence on a daily basis for a proper deployment, focused deployment of this. Yes, it is not sufficient, but what has been offered is what we are working on. And to augment this deployment, we are also looking at the SAPS intervention teams and other departments that need to move in their core responsibilities and mandates in a joint approach, and we are doing that on a daily basis. It might not be sufficient looking at the levels, but we do what we can do with what we have at any given time. Chair, there was a question on the issues of VIP protection, and very briefly, I think what has been projected on the presentation was looking at the compensation budget in the main, which where I'm seated counts to over 80% of the allocation. This is the personnel that are doing that, and we all are aware of the responsibilities and the functions of members of the VIP protection, both that are within the protection and security service and the presidential protection services. This is a requirement. They must be there. There is a cabinet minute that talks to the establishment of this capacity and what needs to be done and the functions. And I must say, Chairperson, in terms of other resources such as overtime and other departments do have a responsibility in this regard, but majority of the allocation in that space is on the compensation. Chairperson spoke about the government security regulator within the protection and security service. I think the interpretation that was shared earlier, it's not one of the functions of the government security regulator within the PSS. It is mainly at looking at the infrastructure of government and what are the requirements in terms of the Act or Infrastructure Act. I will pause there, Chairperson, and if this is not sufficient, as the acting has indicated, we will provide further details in writing. I submit.
Thank you very much. What I will request is that for outstanding questions, and I will ask members just to, for those whose questions were not sufficiently covered, if you can indicate with the Secretariat. We often request that it is about 7 days that we can get the responses, not because we're trying to be pedantic, but you can appreciate that the committee itself has to consider its own report before the 23rd of June, which is when the voting comes through. We've raised a number of issues that speak to adjustment of funding, and therefore those need to be also worked through before the end of this particular month. So if I can request, Acting Commissioner, that if those reports on those responses be furnished the committee within 7 days, that would be next week, Tuesday. If that's okay, I would really appreciate if that could be so. That would be really helpful. Acting Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Chair. We will definitely ensure that all the outstanding questions are responded to comprehensively. A report will be submitted as such. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do is recognize the next presentation. And if I can say, like I said to the police, we have got the presentation. In fact, we all the members. So if I can give you about 20 minutes to proceed with that presentation, going through that, we will go through that and then iPad and then take questions. I would really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Let me recognize the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Maimane, honorable members, the Minister of Police in his absentia, Deputy Minister of Police, Senior Management, Acting General Dimpane, and the colleagues in management of SAPS. Let me also, Chair, state that I'm with, my name is Tulan Sibu, I'm the Secretary for Police. I'm with DDG Ramaro, as well as the CFO, who, with the permission of yourself, I will request that he proceeds with the presentation. Safe to say, Chair, that we echo the same sentiment that General Dimpane has echoed in relation to budget cuts that has affected the department in terms of service delivery. But what is more important and peculiar for Civilian Secretariat for Police is that it has been treated as a cost center of police for over a period of time, undermining its constitutional establishment. As a result, it operated from a basis of a very little budget as a cost center. Only about 2 years ago, where the department has started to be recognized as a department with its own vote, and with a reviewed organizational structure, which we are even struggling to ensure that it's funded fully for the full realization of our constitutional mandate. So that's the background upon which this presentation is being made. And as a result of this budget cut, it had impacted on our functioning in terms of resources, including human resources, as well as functions related to services related to goods and services. Over time, this was done as a result to weaken oversight in our country. As a result, we have seen a weaker civilian secretariat, which strengthened other activities that were not supposed to be strengthened because of weaker oversight. It is our view now that we need to take a very deliberate action to ensure that civilian secretariat oversight function is strengthened to hold accountable South African Police Service in terms of performance of their function, both at the level of non-financial performance as well as financial performance, which will include governance, by the way, Chair. Having said that, Chair, with your permission, can I request that the CFO quickly takes us through the presentation, and then we can, if there are any questions, we can take questions at a later stage. Thank you very much, Chair. CFO, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Honorable Minister, Honorable DM, leadership of the respective entities reporting to the Minister of Police, at the executive management in the platform, and all protocol observed. My name is, you can move on to the next slide. My name is Tumelo Nkojwana. I'm the CFO within the Civilian Secretariat, and I'll take the committee through the presentation. Starting with the mandate of the department. While first and foremost, it is to provide strategic policy advice to the minister, the department also plays a very critical role in providing an oversight over SAPS, but also in mobilizing role players as well as key stakeholders on matters of crime prevention and other policy matters. The vision of the department is reflected there. It's all about a transformed and accountable police services. The mission of the department is to focus on efficient and effective oversight over SAPS. And the values are also reflected there, which among them includes accountability and collaboration. We can move on to the next slide. The next slide talks to the current allocation in the 2026 Appropriation Bill and the spending plan thereof. Critical to note is that there are no significant changes regarding the 2026-27 performance targets. And the main reason for such is the fact that the department, as the DG has indicated, remains severely underfunded. The only budget increase over the MTF mainly relates to compensation of employees and the associated cost of living adjustment. If one will note for the period under review, which is 26-27, as the department, we are hoping to get a budget of about 181.3. This budget is about 8.7 million more than the previous financial year budget. In actual fact, this increase translates into 5% between the 2 years. Interesting is to look at the MTF period. That is the year 2026-27 to the financial year 2028-29. There you will note that the budget of the department grows on average by about 3.7%. We can move on to the next slide, which is a continuation on the current allocation. Here, I would like just to look at the respective economic classifications, but also the different programs. Interesting to note in this slide is the fact that the administration budget has only increased by about 170,000, which is just 0.2%. You compare this against the intersectoral program 2, intersectoral coordination and strategic partnership, which has got an increase of about 16.3%, which is about 4.5 million. And the reason for this is this is our program that is at the core phase of service delivery. Going to elements of economic classification, the budget for compensation of employees increased by about 9.1%, which is an increase of about 11.8 million. Now you go and look at compensation of employees. Compensation of employees increased by about 8.5%, which is about 2.9 million. But very important to note is to compare the budget for the 2026-27 financial year against 2 years ago, which is 2024-25 financial year. The goods and services budget for 2024-25, it was about 37.6 million compared to the current 36.1. This therefore suggests that if you compare the current budget against 2 years ago, it has decreased by almost 0.5%, which in monetary terms is about 1.4 million. Moving on to purchases of capital assets, what you'll note is that the current budget of 2.6 million constitutes only about 1.4% of the total budget of the department. This should then be compared against the previous financial year, where the department had a budget on purchase for capital asset of about 9 million, which then accounted for about 5.3%. So we've decreased from 5.3% to 1.4%. We can move on to the next slide. The next slide is the narrative of current allocation and spending plans. As indicated, the 181.3 million, we are saying that is just only about 5% increase compared to the budget for the previous financial year. Most critical to note here also is that for the Civilian Secretariat to realize its full constitutional mandate in assisting in supporting high-performing and law-enforcing SAPs, which will ultimately result in building safer communities, but also facilitating economic development and growth in the country. The department recently submitted a budget of about 973.9 million against the current allocation of about 181.3 million, which reflects a shortfall of approximately 792.6 million. To mention what this 973.9 million was supposed to cover, including its shortfall, among others, this was meant for additional staff complement of about 345 personnel with a total estimate cost of about 361.9 million. And this should be compared against the current budget allocation for compensation of employees of only about 141.7 million. We are, however, aware of the economic conditions of the country, and therefore we are suggesting that if the department could only be allocated maybe over a 3-year period, about 65 million each year, that will assist a department in great deal. Other matters to included in the amount suggested, it was for business processes and digitization and automation, which is estimated at about 27.4 million. For the accelerated and effective implementation of the ICVPS across all the 3 spheres of government, national, provincial, and local. And this is estimated at about 7.5 million. There's also the issue of the establishment of the National Policing Advisory Committee as per the NDP Vision 2030, and this would have liked to have an amount of about 8.9 million. The establishment of the Community Policing Coordinating Unit, which is intended to provide guidance and support to effective implementation of community-based patrollers, and this is estimated at about 53.2 million. We can move on to the next slide. This slide is intended to deal with cases of gross financial mismanagement. However, one will note that in terms of the department has been able over a period of 5 consecutive years to obtain a clean audit. And in that process, therefore, there were no material irregularities that were incurred. And therefore, the department over this period had no gross financial mismanagement that was reported. This clean audit needs to be looked in consideration of during this period, the department also achieved 90% of or more against their APP targets throughout this period. Moving on to the next slide. This slide is meant to deal with the impact of shortages of resources on service delivery. We are going to look first at the administration program, which is program 1. We are saying that it could be critical if the department could, the program could either be fully funded or at least just minimum portion allocated to the program so that the department can actually realize operational efficiency. Failure to have the necessary numbers may result in the department having limited approach in terms of its oversight role and ultimately failing in assisting to building safer communities and also in assisting in providing the necessary support in tackling matters of illicit economy. We've indicated that one of the other issues was business processes and automation. So inadequate funding may cause failure for the department to migrate to digital transformation and business process automation. And this will therefore mean that the department may have to continue operating with its outdated ICT, which in actual fact lacks disaster recovery as well as business continuity. And as we may know, this may ultimately result in cybersecurity threats, which will then mean that personal identification information and government information might be lost or get exposed or accessed by unscrupulous parties. Also, failing to receive adequate data may mean that we'll fail to modernize data collection tools for an integrated complaints management system in the department. On the issues of vehicles and office equipment, I need to share with the community that where we're standing as the department, we have about 14 vehicles currently. I need to mention that 6 of these vehicles were actually bought from the savings that were realized in just the previous financial year, which is 2025-26. And what we are now requesting is to say what we are suggesting that any additional funding may help us to buy a multi-purpose vehicle, because most of these vehicles are sedan. To buy a multi-purpose vehicle such as buses, which will require about 2.3 million. Currently, the department is standing at a vacancy rate of more than 10%, and we are anticipating to employ new staff. And for the new staff to be employed, our estimate is that we'll need about 1.2 million for the procurement of office furniture and equipment for these officials. But we are also not just resting. We are saying that if that fails, then the department may have to urgently attempt to developing a remote working policy so that we can realize some savings there. Moving on to the next slide, which is about a shortage of resources, this time on program 2, which is intersectoral coordination and strategic partnership. This program is given the responsibility of running the community patroller program, and the slide here just reflects the 53.2 million that I've indicated that it is needed to make sure that this community patroller program runs effectively. The next slide will talk to program 3, which is legislation and policy development. This program is assigned with the responsibility of developing the National Policing Advisory Committee, as mentioned, but also for effective implementation of the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy across all the spheres of government. We might know that the National Policing Advisory Committee is a high-level caliber professional and experts in policing. And if the department may not have adequate funds to establish this committee, then it will mean that the status quo will remain, whereby we will see perpetuation of poor ethical conduct, the lack of community police community relations. And if you look there, the issue of the ICVPS, which is supposed to be a whole government, whole society approach, lack of funding, therefore, will mean that we may not achieve the accelerated and effective implementation of this IVPS, which, among others, is meant to look at the impact of the safety of the communities. Moving on to the next slide, which talks to program 4. Program 4 is assigned the responsibility for the Critical Infrastructure Council, but also for playing an oversight role on police. So failure to adequately fund the department may suggest that the department may fail to provide evidence-based and well-informed recommendation to the minister in making sure that we have fully secure key government points. But currently, the department, what has been doing, we have been mainly focusing on the police stations to look at their performance, and with this inadequate funding, the department would have wished to move to specialized units such as forensic laboratories, as well as the K9 units, but without adequate funding, those will remain not being done by the department. Moving on to the next slide. This slide talks to critical matters for consideration by the committee so that it can fully carry its mandate. Here, what we are reflecting is that, as mentioned before, that the department is severely underfunded. And one way to reflect or to observe this is an instances whereby you'll find that program 1, which is the administration, accounts for about 45% of the total budget of the department. And it needs to be mentioned that this is really not by design, but this is because the department still has to fully comply with the prescribed laws and regulations for like all other government departments. And the other thing to note is the fact that if you look at our operational budget, which covers goods and services plus capital assets, accounts for only 21% of the 181.3 million that has been allocated to the department. Now, this therefore suggests that the department's budget really needs to be aligned and increased over the MTF period so that the department can really deliver on its mandate. So further to note is the fact that the department may find itself having to intentionally and deliberately delaying appointments of certain senior posts so that you may be able to cover for any mandatory and emerging priorities. Again, the department also have to divert some of the funds from the core businesses so that you can be able to pay for the external audit fees of the department.
My good sir, I don't want to disrupt you to Benzela masibe siyayivala ngoku because ixesha lisondele. Benzela in you as you wrap up in the last bit. My apologies.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, we can move on to the next slide. The next slide suggests that we might know that the MTDP 2025 demands for a dynamic and growing economy in a secure and safe environment, and the CSPS is actually meant for such a purpose. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I wasn't sure who was. Can I recognize who's speaking? Yes.
It's the Secretary Chair. It was just to conclude to say that's our presentation, but just to emphasize a point, Chair, that we are also responsible for DPCI judge functioning, and we have seen we have ensured that the DPCI judge it gets involved in community engagement. As a result, we are seeing an increased volume of complaints against members of the Hawks that the DPCI judge needs to investigate. And as a result, in that area, there is a skills gap that is required due to the complexities of the matters that come through to the DPCI judge's office. And that also include the functioning of the DNA board, which focuses on forensic infrastructure and so forth. So our budget really gets too much constrained, because if these two bodies are not funded well as well, and then there is we face a compromising situation in relation to investigation. Thank you very much, Chair. That's our submission.
No, thank you, and it is taken on board. If you're still available, I'm going to have to ask members to indulge us. We're not going to finish at 12:30 at this rate. So if you can indulge us, we'll take further questions and inputs on the two presentations together. Can I allow IPID to then be able to resume their presentation? You will have about 20 minutes, and then we'll try and catch up the time towards the end. Let me hand over to IPID.
Thank you, Chairperson Dr. Maimani, and honorable members, honorable Minister. Let me stand on protocols already observed, just to manage time. I have observed that we are pressed for time, Chair. Chairperson, I'm joined by executive committees of IPID, and I just need to indicate upfront that the presentation we're to give today demonstrate how we are strategically repositioning IPID to have more strategic competitive advantage toward fulfilling its mandate. I will not waste time, having observed that we are already pressed for time, Chair. I will hand over to the CFO, who will lead the presentation. I will then come afterwards. Over to you, CFO.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bila. And good afternoon to you, Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, and Chair, allow me to stand on all protocols that have been observed. Chairperson, in responding to the invite of the committee, we prepared our presentation in order to address the following points. Next slide. To address the MTF budget allocation, Chair, from point 2 to point 8, which is IPIT expansion strategy. Next slide. Chair, the first slide is just to demonstrate our legislative mandate. As Chair and committee members will be aware, we are derived our mandate from section 206, subsection 6 of the Constitution of Republic of South Africa. And Chair, from this section, we have what we call an IPIT Act number 1 of 2021. In that IPIT Act, Chair, there is a section which is called section 28, subsection 1, that deals with all classification of matters that IPIT is responsible to investigate. Next slide. Chair, the following section, Chair, is just to share with the committee the latest development with regard to amendment of our Principal Act. As we are presenting today, we've got changes on the Principal Act, changes to the mandate as per the IPIT Act number 15 of 2024. And there are quite a number of changes that have been made on our classifications of cases, from death as a result of action of a member of SAPS or MPS, whether such member was on or off duty, to the last one, which is G, the reporting obligations by SAPS and MPS have been extended to include. I would not go through one by one, Chair, in the interest of time. Next slide. Chair, this slide is just to demonstrate our IPIT investigation value chain, what we are expected to do as IPIT from the time we receive the complaint to the time when we finalize and close the case. Chair, as we are presenting today as IPID, we are having an active cases in 2025-26 of 19.7 thousand, and decision-ready cases of 5.5. Departmental convictions, Chair, we have secured 277. In terms of criminal convictions, we have secured 84. And on the court roll, Chair, we were sitting with 948 cases by end of 25-26. The following slide, Chair, talks to our allocation over 2026 MTEF. It also talks to the level of growth that we have been experiencing on this allocation. Chair, I must indicate that the growth does not cover any expansion on the IPIT mandate. What has been allocated over MTEF, it simply covers the annual inflation. It covers our contractual obligation, in particular our annual rate increase for your services such as security statutory increase, cleaning services, as well as other operational costs. And lastly, your regulated annual wage increase on the CEO. As Chair will know that each and every year there is an increase that we are expected to receive in the public sector, and we've made that provision. So, Chair, our budget as presented before yourself and the committee is what we call a fixed budget with no room for any expansion. Chair, you'll also notice that while we are complaining about the limited allocation, there's what we call a baseline reduction. In this budget, over the period of MTEF, there was a reduction in 26-27 of 717,000, 27-28, 1.4 million, And last financial year of the MTEF, there was a reduction of almost 8 million, which we view as a significant reduction when you consider the limited allocation of this organization. Next slide. The next slide, Chair, talks to how we have been structured as an organization. You will notice, Chair and honorable members of the committee, that we have about 3 programs. The main program is what we call support services, where all support functions are allocated. The next program is what we call a service delivery. This is where IPT execute its mandate. And the last program is what we call legal compliance, information, and stakeholder management. Chair, this is what we call an enabling program, the program that assists the investigation and provincial coordination to execute their constitutional mandate. And Chair, in terms of the allocation, you'll notice that on average growth rate percentage, each program has shown its growth. The first program has increased over MTF by 4.4%, the second program by 4.0%, and the last program was negative 1.6 as a result of reprioritization and reallocation of functions. Chair, let me move to economic classification. You'll notice that the bulk of our budget as IPID, it's sitting in compensation of employees, and mainly because of the nature of our business, which is labor intensive. We rely more on investigators to execute our mandate. When you looked at the average growth, Chair, you'll notice that the compensation of employees has increased by 4.1%, and followed by goods and services, which is also one of our key spending item, sitting at 4.4%. And the last one that is also having a significant chunk of our budget is machinery and equipment. That one has been reduced in this financial year by 10.2%. So, Chair, in total, on average, the budget has increased by 3.8% over MTF. And Chair, this is one of the percentage that will not assist the department to cover all the contractual obligation, let alone the expansion on its mandate. Next slide. Chair, the following slide is just to demonstrate the details or the breakdown of budget per sub-programs, as well as economic classification per each program. In the interest of time, Chair, I would not want to go through one program by one. I will rather safely indicate that the bulk of this budget is in program 2, and followed by support services, and lastly, the enabling program, which is program 3. Next slide. Chair, here we are sharing with the honorable members of this committee the priorities. We would like to have more priorities. However, our allocation does not allow us, as I've indicated, to expand, but we wanted to make sure that service delivery continue. And as a result, there were a number of plans that we prioritized within our budget allocation. The first area of priority, Chair, in the MTF allocation is reduction of the backlog cases. Chair, you might have read on the media each and every time when IPD is mentioned, the word backlog is attached to IPID because of the number of cases that we are currently having as a backlog. And as a result, Chair, as management, we developed what we call an expansion strategy, just to make sure that we redirect our resources to reduce the backlog cases that we are currently experiencing. The second one, Chair, is what we call reprioritization of corruption and GBV and femicide cases. Chair, you would know that we've got a government priority and strategies that have been developed to deal with the corruption, and also to deal with cases of GBV and F. And as a result, we have agreed that within our limited resources, we'll rechannel most of our resources to these matters. Not necessarily that we are not going to deal with other cases, but we are saying the bulk of our resources will be rechanneled to these specific matters. The third one, Chair, is what we call a strengthening of our investigation quality assurance. Chair, we have put measures in place and we have also established the function that will assist the department to reduce what we call a null prosecute and also to increase conviction rate. And we can do that, Chair, through the quality assurance, just to make sure that before we make referral to NPA as well as SAPS, at least our dockets have been checked and they are of quality to secure the conviction rate. We are trying to address the issue where there will be a delay back and forth between NPA and the department or between SAPS and the department as far as the recommendation that the department would have been made. Establishment of forensic investigation service. Chair, I must also indicate upfront that this establishment of forensic services, we are not referring to forensic lab services that we are currently enjoying from SAPS. We don't have capacity to do that. We will continue to enjoy this service. However, here we are talking about the specialized skills. You are data analyst, you are forensic accountant, you are forensic lawyers. These skills, Chair, once we are able to recruit this official, they will assist the department to deal with corruption cases, particularly those that are complex. And currently, we don't have these skills. We are relying on external stakeholders to assist us, Chair. Number 5 is what we call a strengthening of call center. We do have a call center that was established, Chair, last financial year. However, we want to strengthen it so that it can work 24/7, 365 days. And community members must be able to access the services of IPID from all parts of this country. The next one, Chair, is what we call a digital transformation. As Chair will notice that the times have changed now. The technology is now taking over. Chair, we are also saying our investigation must be digitized. We need to have modernized operations within IPID, and we want to prioritize our investigation so that when they conduct their investigation, they can do it within the technology space that we are living in. And as a result, Chair, we have developed what we call an ICT implementation plan that is assisting the department to implement these objectives. We also have what we call a strengthening stakeholder relation. Chair, this is where we engage with our stakeholders. Other than the formal engagement with our key stakeholders, your SAPS, your NPA, your MPS, we also have our community outreach programs where we engage with community members, particularly to educate them about the IP mandate and how they can access the services. And training and capacity, Chair, we have also agreed to be aggressive as far as the training and development of our investigators. From our budget, 10 amount that have been set aside to make sure that we capacitate our investigators, and this will also address the issues of corruptions. They will be able to deal with such matter once they've been capacitated as planned. And lastly, Chair, you'll notice that the name of IPID is being mentioned at the commission, the Madlanga Commission. But other than Madlanga Commission, Chair, we've got other committees as well as commissions that are making recommendations that will ultimately affect the IPID in terms of its constitutional mandate. And such committees, Chair, Madlanga Ngabinde Commission of Inquiry, Ad hoc Committee of Parliament, Zondo Commissions, Marikana Falam Commission's Chair on the structural and operational independence of IPID. So, Chair, we are doing what we call a strategy that will then assist the organization to deal with recommendations that are made by all these committees. And Chair, we will be sharing the outcome of that work with the committee members. Next slide. Chair, We did not fold our arms and say we've got a limited budget. We set as management and agreed that we need to do more with less. And how are we doing that? Chair, we have since taken a decision, a management strategic decision to reconfigure our 9 provinces into 3 clustering regions so that we can optimally utilize the resources that we have and share such resources to benefit the community members as far as our services are concerned. You'll notice, Chair, on the slide that out of 3 regions, the regional A is Northern Region, where we have Northwest, Gauteng, and Limpopo. And their regional office will be based in Gauteng, and 3 provinces will have to consolidate their allocated resources and share the case workload. And then you also have Region B, Central Region, which consists of Mpumalanga, Free State, and KZN. And their regional head office will be Bloemfontein in Free State. The last one is Region C, Coastal Region, Northern Cape, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and the regional office will be in Western Cape. This decision was made on the geographical areas. So, Chair, these are the regions that we are going to have once our structure that has been proposed is signed and concurred. These regions will be implemented with immediate effect. Next slide.
My good sir, just in looking at some of the rest of the presentations, they really go region by region by region by region. I'm just trying to, we can skip over those because simply the committee is not going to account provincially. It can only account for the national SAPS allocation for IP. So whilst I appreciate the information, may I ask that we skip through many of those slides and get towards where the nub of your argument is, where some of the impact on resources that we get there. Otherwise, I'm just trying to help time-wise so that we get some questions on the table. Thank you.
Noted, Chairperson. As you were reading my mind, I was going to request that those slides that talks to the provinces and regions, we keep them and we go to the resource constraints so that we can share with yourself and the committee how we are operating and within the allocations. Can we then move to the next slide? I will indicate. Yes, let's move. Yes, Chair, without the wasting of time, this is the slide that talks to the consequence management. And we wanted as management to give assurance to this committee that we are dealing with consequence management as a department. And as a result, this department has achieved a clean audit for the past 3 consecutive financial years. And we are planning to achieve another one in the year that is currently under audit. We do have quite a number of transactions that we are currently addressing on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In total, we've got amount of 741 for fruitless and wasteful expenditure at various stages of recovery. Next slide. Next slide. The next slide talks to irregular expenditure. Chair, I must indicate that the bulk of the irregular expenditure that is presented before the committee, it makes of amounts that emanate from the previous financial years, and they are at various stages of the recovery based on the National Treasury framework. As a result, we are sitting with 22.9 million of irregular expenditure, which we are communicating with National Treasury and other affected stakeholders to address. Chair, I would not go through item by item. Next slide. Chair, this is one of the areas that perhaps this committee can also assist. There is an amount of 891,000 rand that was registered in 2008 financial year. And that amount emanates from the unauthorized expenditure. And we have since made a presentation in 2023 to SCOPA, and we were informed that there will be a response on how we supposed to handle this matter and take it out of our records. But as we are presenting before this committee today, that response has not been shared or presented. We have been in constant communication with National Treasury to see whether there is a response from SCOPA, but they have also responded that they have not received anything. And as we are sitting, this amount is still in our books. We always reflect it in our annual report and financial statements. Next slide. The next slide, the chair talks to the sources of resources. We have looked into all our functions. We have done what we call an extensive analysis to determine what we need in order to execute our mandate at a reasonable level. And this is the numbers, Chair, that we are saying if they can be allocated to IPID, IPID will be able to fulfill its mandate, and amongst others, to reduce the backlog cases that we are currently reporting. We are estimating not less than 331 million that will be required in order to address the limitations that we are currently operating under. Next slide. Next slide, Chair. Marikana Falam Commission, one of the recommendations that they've made was that IPID must look at its operational and of independent structural and operational independency. And as we are presenting to you today, Chair, we are still relying on South African police services with quite a number of services, and sometimes our investigation time frames are affected because of their dependencies. So, Chair, these are the services that we are getting from SAPS, and some we are getting from Department of Health in order to complete our investigation. And we thought that is important to share with honorable members some of the dependencies that affect the mandate of IPID. Next slide. Chair, this slide talks to the resources. I've touched on it. We are trying to digitize our operations, and we are looking at various areas that require to be digitized, particularly the investigation software that need to be procured. And we are also looking at the security, IT security, information security, just to make sure that our information is secured. And we are estimating, Chair, an amount of not less than 338 million in order to strengthen our digital transformation. And Chair, as far as our cars are concerned, we've got 116 cars, and majority of those cars have reached their prescribed mileage, and we keep on reprioritizing our allocation to change those that have reached their mileage. We need these cars, Chair. Our investigators utilize these cars when they attend the crime scene, when they meet with complainants, victims, as well as attending of the court. And as a result, these cars need to be serviced, and we need to replace them as and when they reach their mileage. So this is the picture, Chair. As far as that is concerned, we are asking for 25 million in order to replace all the cars that have reached their mileage. Otherwise, we'll continue to utilize them, which might be a serious challenge to the department should something happen to our investigators. Next slide. The next slide, Chair, we wanted to demonstrate to the committee the amount that is needed, which we don't have currently, to ensure the community awareness. Chair, we are existing as IPID, but we have since noticed that most of the community members, particularly in the rural areas, they are not aware of IPID. And it is injustice, Chair, to exist without giving services to all members of this country. So, Chair, we have since planned to communicate in partnership with GCIS and make sure that at least we cover all the areas in our country. And our communication has done a strategy that requires an estimated amount of 13 million in order for this to be realized, Chair. Chair, this will be the last slide. Let me confirm. Oh, okay. There is a Chair, the last slide that talks to the expansion strategy in responding to the government strategy on implementation of the district model. We have since established a strategy that will talk to that, and we are saying should this amount be allocated, IP will increase footprints in all the areas. Next slide. I think this is it. Yes, Chair. This is the last one. Thank you. I submit, Chair.
Much appreciated, and thank you for that presentation. I'm going to request everybody's indulgence for another 20-25 minutes. I know that we scheduled to finish at 12:30, but we did start a little bit late, and there have been a lot of information that has been shared. So let me at this point recognize honorable members who have got questions to be able to put those questions, and we can be quick in those questions. Honorable Galega Mazibugo. Let me recognize Honorable Kamete, Honorable Waitlin, Honorable Mkonto, and then Honorable Mwali. Bateman. I think that pretty much covers that. Honorable members, please, Honorable Mwali, do note I'm making the appeal to the honorable members, starting with Honorable Galega Mazibugo, to say if we can keep it brief. This is not a unique conversation I have with you. It is a conversation we are having to try and manage time. So that was a note for Honorable Mwali in that regard. Honorable Galega Mazibugo, you are recognized if we can keep it brief.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try. Greetings to the Minister again, as well as the Deputy Minister and the leadership present. Chair, Chairperson, we can sit here and have these reports and discuss how best we can appropriate funds or any resources. The fact of the matter is that crime is a serious and remains a serious problem in the country, both for communities and investors, and both are all living in fear, and it is becoming worse day by day. And there are structures that government has established which we do not follow through. And I think that if we could follow through on what we already have established as government and support it. For example, Chair, we said as government, you cannot be able to combat crime if communities are not involved. And government established communities' involvement through CPFs, community policing forums, which are meant to be the eye and ears of oversight. And the question to Civilian Secretariat, where my questions will be based, would be how much of the budget is earmarked for the direct training and capacitation, as well as supporting CPF members, and how do we measure return on investment on these partnerships? Because it doesn't have to have partnerships, and we don't even measure return on investment if we are serious about reducing crime. So we always say that communities has to be involved. There are structures like CPFs. How much are we supporting? Hence my questions there, Chair. And then the second question also to Civilian Secretariat. I am interested on the impact of the recommendations they have spoken about. So what percentage of the Secretariat's monitoring recommendations were actually implemented by SAPS, in the previous financial year, just in the previous financial year? And what consequences exist for SAPS when oversight recommendations are ignored? Because there has to be consequences. It can't just be a matter of reporting. And my last question, Chairperson, the Secretariat or the Civilian Secretariat recently concluded a countrywide police station census. How is the data from these census being used, to influence budget allocations for SAPS infrastructure, as well as the maintenance of those police stations that are dilapidated? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kamete.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think I'll take I'll follow from the previous speaker. I'll follow from her steps. Thanks very much from the Independent Police Investigating Directorate, and also the presentation from the Civilian Secretariat for Police Services. Chairperson, I'll try and be short. Obviously, Chairperson, let me start with the illusion of independence. Then we ask ourselves, is this a neo-apartheid continuation? To the presenters, let me start with the IPID. You asserted that the IPID Amendment Act number 15 of 2024 was designed to ensure operational and structural independence following the McBride judgment. Yet, from the perspective of a movement committed to dismantling the vestiges of neo-apartheid and ensuring genuine people's power, how can the IPID to reclaim independence when it remains 100% reliant on the very institution it is meant to investigate, the South African Police Services, for essential ballistic and forensic testing? Is this not a perpetuation of system control, undermining the spirit of accountability and the justice for the marginalized? Dependence, you yourselves admit that compromise perceived independence since 1997. On systemic failure and the capacity gap myth, another betrayal of the people's trust. IPID report a staggering backlog of 19,728 Chairperson active cases, with a mere 94 criminal convictions achieved in the 2025-2026 period. You conveniently attribute this to a capacity gap that has persisted for 27 years. Is this not a profound indictment of the current administration's systemic failure and a betrayal of the people's trust rather than a mere gap? How can it be that justified that despite numerous legislative amendments, the Directorate currently established of 401 posts in actual lower than the 535 posts recommended nearly 3 decades ago, indicating a deliberate weakening of oversight rather than a genuine commitment to justice? On the regional grouping strategy and accessibility, further marginalize the dispossessed. Your regional grouping strategy consolidates 9 provinces into just 3 functional regions, while framed as the efficient measure. Does this not, in reality, further alienate and dispossess our marginalized community from access to justice, particularly those in provinces like Northern Cape and Limpopo, where OHS non-compliance has already forced office closures? Is this not another example of a neoliberal approach that prioritizes administrative convenience over the fundamental right of every South African to hold their police accountable, effectively moving justice further away from those who suffer most from police brutality? Chairperson, let me quickly go to the Civilian Secretariat for Police. It's a take home and also a comment, and they can make corrections where necessary. The complaint trap, the erosion of core mandates. There is a profound, Chairperson, almost paradoxical tension between the department's exemplary record of 5 consecutive clean audits and staggering 792.6 million rands budget shortfall it now faces. While the clean audit status suggests a high degree of administrative discipline, the fiscal reality reveals the department caught in a compliant trap. Currently, nearly 45% of the budget is consumed by Program 1 administration, not as a matter of strategic choice, but as a matter of requirement to justify the very regularity frameworks that a clean audit validates. This also creates a situation where the CSPS is perfectly managing a budget that is fundamentally insufficient to perform its core constitutional function. When administrative overhead and cost of living adjustments for existing staff, compensation of employees become the primary drivers of expenditure, the department's actual output, such as civilian oversight and policy reform, becomes a secondary underfunded byproduct. In closing, Chairperson, let me just say this one. I'll not go further so that other members may come in. This is not just a merely budget deficit. It is a structural hollowing out that risks turning a critical oversight body into a well-managed but functional sideline administratively. Chairperson, because of time, I would like to stop there, but I will also send to our secretary more of my comments so that they may assist in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kamede. Honorable Wakelin.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be trying to be sharp and short. On the matter of the Civilian Secretariat for Police Services, the CSSPS, I got a couple of concerns, and I'd just like to raise the concerns before I go into the questions. My first one is obviously the complete, I don't know where the business case come from moving to a budget to over 974 million from 181 million. We need some serious business cases for that to be submitted to, so we can have an understanding what that means. Then there are some issues that I'm concerned about, Chair. The first one is obviously if the funding request is realistic, as I've said before, as well as I get a sense that sometimes there's some duplications with the IPID, the SAPS Inspectorate, and some provincial departments, community safety. And I did not see a presentation that refers to specific duplications and how do they deal with these duplications. But more from a practical point of view, the patrollers program, we spent 53 million rand on stipends on the patroller program. I'm concerned we have not seen a direct impact from where these people are working, and we don't see any statistical or quantitative analysis that has been done and submitted to show that this program is actually effective. Then I would like to check with the department if what specific, particularly around digital transformation, they request about just over 27 million for digitization. I would like to know what type of impact are we looking at if they're going to get this money, and what are they going to do about that? And what is the real business case for this? I have spoken about community patrollers and the impact of that, and how many of that is fraud and ghost beneficiaries, and have an assessment been done on that? And really, the impact, Chair, we're going to give money, but we want to see the impact. The same with the Policing Advisory Committee. What deliverables and performance indicators have they produced as far as the cost that we have invested in them? Because to me, it is an investment, and we need to show some recourse on that investment. And particularly also the same thing with ICVPS. What specific results have been achieved since the strategic was adopted? And I would like to get some feedback on that. Chair, in short, as far as this secretariat is concerned, is that the limited evidence of quantified impact, the significant administrative cost, and the potential overlap between the institutions. I'd like to get some clarity on those. As far as IPID is concerned, Chair, I'm very concerned about the case overload. I mean, we're looking at over 19,000 cases with 182 investigators. It tells a story about the culture of the work environment which SAPS is working in. And what concerns me is that there was only 84 convictions out of the total investment that we've made of 440 odd million for that year. I would like to know also if from that case there's some cost for 38 million for digital transformation. What impact would that have in the business that they're busy with, and what impact will we see in the statistics that they will present. I'm very concerned, Chair, the dependence on SAPS, on the very same people that are investigating on ballistics, DNA, and crime scene processing and the forensics. So the question would be: is there not a different model to look at possibly outsourcing these to independent external providers as opposed to trying to develop their own system? And then lastly, Chair, the very same IPID has got fruitless wasteful expenditure of over 700 million, irregular expenditure of 22 million, unauthorized expenditure of 891,000. That's totally unacceptable. Expecting more money and we get this type of findings on the UIFWs. Chair, I cannot see us going forward unless they can come back with a proper plan in explaining how they're going to fix that fruitless wasteful expenditure and seeing some consequence management flowing out of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mkhonto.
Thanks, Chair. I have two questions. The first one, Chair, is on I'll go back to the civil claims, but my question is for the Secretariat to say there is a lot of funds that are being spent on civil claims and they don't assist the department in executing its mandate. So my question is, do they have any proactive strategy to avoid or reduce the funds that are being paid for civil claims? Because it has to do with the performance of police officers. My second question, Chair, is on there is a saying that says you must teach them when they are still young. There is a program by SAPS, I don't know, Chair, whether it's Adopt a Cop or it's Adopt a School, but it is a partnership between SAPS and schools to educate learners in fighting crime or avoiding being at the wrong side of the law. Chair, how effective is this program, or does it still exist? And is there any signs that it will in the future contribute in reducing crime in South Africa? That is my question, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhonto. Honorable Mwale.
Thank you, Chairperson. To avoid the repetition, I won't cover the questions that have been covered by my colleagues. But on the backlog, Chair, what are the causes of this so much backlog for IPID? What are the causes on backlog on investigations besides the shortage of headcount or investigators? Two, what are general issues that leads to delay investigations? We want to know that. And Chair, on the statement that says a delay, justice delayed is justice denied. What is their comment? Because if we see such delays in investigations, that is delays in justice. And also, Chair, how do they manage the public perception that police officers get away with crimes that they've committed because of these delays, these huge amounts of delays? You report at IPID, they register a case, but it takes forever for it to be addressed. So how do they manage that public perception that, you know what, I'll be victimized by police and I'll report it, but I'll never see justice? To go to the civilian secretary, I want to say one thing or two. Chair, we've seen societies grouping themselves in the fight against crime. We've seen strikes, we've seen marches on the issues of illegal immigrants. That is societies actually coming together and saying it's enough. One of the factors that leads to those marches is that this sketch of crimes that we have seen in our communities, in a way, communities feel they've been left out in the fight against these crimes. So if there is a civilian secretary's office that is actually supposed to also assist with coordinating support or coordinating community participation in the fight against crime, then why are we seeing such a prevalence of societies actually feeling like they have to stand up on their own, sometimes ending up taking law to themselves because they feel like crime is not being addressed adequately and they are not being part of addressing the issue. So if they can can tell us or can respond to that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Siate.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to ask with regards to the consequence management of fruitless and wasteful, has the IP taken any disciplinary measures on this? And how is it
I don't know if it's just me, but I lost those.
Honorable Siate,
I think your signal has lost us. Can I ask you to write your questions down and then submit them for written responses? Would that be possible?
Okay, I'll do that, Chair.
I apologize. I can hear your salutations, but not the questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, especially to the Secretariat, I'm going to ask you to cluster the questions together, make responses, and then we can table the rest by written response if we can comply to the 7-day one. And so let me start with the Civilian Secretariat for Policing. You will have about 5 minutes, and then I'll take Pipe Pit for 5 minutes so that we can cluster the questions and respond in that regard. Let me start with you'll have 5 minutes to make an oral submission, and then if you wouldn't mind, just send the written responses within 7 days for the committee. Can I ask then the Civilian Secretariat to present?
Thank you, thank you, Chair. We will certainly do that and submit a detailed response. But just to confirm, Chair, that part of our mandate as Civilian Secretariat is to conduct research. And amongst other things, what we have done is that we have conducted the research which produced 2 documents. One is the sociology of crime, which talks to what are the main causes of crime in the country, and it's got serious findings that we have made. This research has led to the development of the strategy that we call Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy, which calls for the whole of society and all of government approach in the fight against crime. The limitation is around funding in the implementation. However, we have set up what we call a national working committee, which comprises of all government departments, both from the economic, social, and JCPS cluster departments, so that we as a society and as a government, we implement this strategy. We think if we have an effective implementation of the strategy, we will see a reduction of crime in the long run, and the greater involvement of society in the fight against crime. We have conducted an investigations around the civil claims that are high, and that report is available, and we will make it available so that members of the committee can see what recommendations are we making around the civil claims that are high within the South African Police Service, and what are the main causes of these civil claims. So that report, we will also make it available. Chair, the business case around digitization, amongst the functions of Civilian Secretariat is to receive complaints, service delivery complaints from members of the public, and so forth. And currently we are sitting with a manual approach or manual way of receiving complaints. And we think if we can digitize how we receive complaints and modernize our complaints management system, it will be better for ourselves as well as society in terms of receiving those complaints, and the turnaround time in terms of how do we resolve and feedback to communities and so forth. But it's not just ourselves in relation to complaints, it's also accessibility to the offices of the DPCI judge as well as the DNA board. Because these offices have got no footprint in the country except at the head office. So we want to augment that communities are well aware that there's an office of DPCI judge, and it's easy to lodge the complaints or whatever complaints that they want to have. We will deal with issues around the problem around the recommendations, the impact of our recommendations. We have made recommendations to South African Police Service for implementation, including recommendations that are made by IPIT, because in terms of the law, it's our responsibility to ensure that those recommendations are implemented. You'll agree with me, members of the chair, that or members of the committee and chair, that and a department created by law cannot do anything else outside what the law permits. And in this regard, the law does not give us any further tool for the enforcement of our recommendation. So it's based on the relationship that we have with SAPS, which currently I must say that the relationship has improved to a point that we have formed what we call a committee on the implementation of recommendations, and we are monitoring that on a quarterly basis, and we can provide that report. However, these are just the gentleman agreement which we have had with SAPS, and we are currently preparing an MOU to give impetus to that agreement. But more it's we have looked at our legislation, and we thought that it may be important that we amend the legislation so that we have a little bit of enforceability of our recommendations, and that is covered in the SAPS amendment bill, which is currently before Parliament. But we are also aligning the Civilian Secretariat Act so that it speaks to the SAPS amendment bill. This include, Chair, the recommendations or the report and findings that we have made on the census report, which we will also provide members of the committee with that. The patrollers program, this is a new program that the minister has directed that we start to augment the current patrollers program and neighborhood watches that are there. But this program will want to focus on high priority crime stations, and we're engaging provinces so that we start running the patrollers program in high priority areas, but to refocus as well the current patrollers program and CPF program that exists in our society for greater impact. That talks to training and recruitment of patrollers program. I agree, Chair, that with the comments Honorable Gamede has made in relation to the underfunding of CSPS, and I think that we may have to look at that. And this underfunding, as I've said earlier on, it was by design in the history of civilian secretariat. And now that we are saying constitutionally, civilian secretariat must take its position in relation to holding subs accountable, it may be that we may have to look at that funding shortfall. Having said that, Chair, we will provide you with the written responses on the outstanding questions, which we will submit in the next 7 days. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm just conscious of time. I wouldn't want for you can ask for accountability from IPID. You also equally need to give them time to respond, because some of the issues that even go to IPID are of concern to me, given the fact that some of these recommendations come from the Marikana Commission, and these have taken years and years and years of implementation, which naturally should not function. It just means that we can't delay, whether we have these commissions or not. When we can't implement their remedial or recommendations, then really I wonder whether there's genuine value in having commissions. But let me allow IP to respond. You'll have 5 minutes, please.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. I have already noted the principle you have laid down to say we need to respond in writing. But having said that, Chair, I think I need to clarify mainly on the question of impact insofar as our work is concerned. There was a question from Honorable Gamende about 19,000 backlog. What should satisfy ourselves and in giving assurance to the committee is that we are turning things around. Our completion surpasses intake for the first time in a very long time. So meaning that cases we complete annually surpasses the ones we receive. And that is a positive takeaway. I think that will assist in the long run. But one other thing, insofar as impact is concerned, there was a concern from Honorable Watling, insofar as our 84 criminal convictions are concerned. This is a high number compared to what one will expect, because we're talking about police officers. We're not talking about civilians. And we need to indicate upfront that in 2023-24, we're sitting at 43. 2024-25, we're sitting at 76. And in the previous financial year, we are at 84. There is incremental growth insofar as impact is concerned. But these numbers need to be read in conjunction with cases which are already on the court roll. We are sitting at just below 1,000, which is a high number. And when we break down such numbers, we are talking about your murder, rape, corruption, various serious offenses. And that talk to impact in a general context. So meaning that conclusively, I can indicate that investment on the value chain of IP is investment in the professionalization of the police in the long run. So there will be return on investment. But having said that, the Chair will respond on other questions which I could not respond now. But reasonable assurance is given that indeed there is a return on investment in our work, and that is demonstrable through impact insofar as completion of cases are concerned, criminal convictions, departmental conviction, and matters on the criminal court roll. I hand over to yourself.
Thank you, Doc. I appreciate the response in that regard. Let me, firstly, I think in the interest of time, we had 3 very full presentations today. I want to thank members for extending the time, and equally so apologize for congesting some of the responses. I think in future we'll schedule this meeting for much longer, but I want to recognize the fact that the commitment being made by the 3 respective bodies, both the South African Police Services, the Civilian Secretariat for Policing, plus the IPID, to be able to send written responses going forward. I think all of us share a common sentiment. Crime is unmanageable in our country and it is going forward. And I want to express the sentiment even expressed by Honorable Talega Mazibuko, that in essence, you've got this challenge of we are doing more of the same, but things are getting worse. So I really do want to reaffirm the fact that, and I'll want to communicate this to the ministry, that we need reform in terms of how we think about policing over a long period of time. Surely this certainly can't be the order of the day. I want to wish the new leadership of the police all great success, and we do hope that all of us get frustrated watching ad hoc committees, etc., and all of that sort of thing, because we've structured the police to be a service to the community. When the community are watching television and hearing that the police are generally corrupt, you end up with the statistic that you said, that approval of policing has declined. And that is something that we can ill afford, given our crime fighting strategy is heavily reliant on community engagement. So I really do believe, I want to wish the leadership well, and thank you for being present, and sad that we couldn't meet in person. I would have wanted to have this committee meeting in person, but the weather had other ideas. Let me thank all the members, thank the presentations. These are noted and accepted. I look forward to your responses, and we will respond back just in terms of what the input will be in the final report that is adopted by the committee going forward. And thank the Minister of Police, the Acting Minister of Police, and Deputy Minister for being here with us today. Thank you, honorable members. I want to, just in closing, honorable members, many of you will be aware of the very painful tragedy that has befallen one of our own, Honorable Ntuli. I spoke to Honorable Ntuli yesterday. Like any parent, she is devastated. And I am devastated for her, because this was a young man who was about to graduate and get a law degree in a few months. So this is indeed quite devastating and a tragedy. I've requested that the family, we are sending something on behalf of the committee to the family, but I also have requested that they send us details as to what the funeral arrangements will be and all the issues that in terms of how we can make arrangements for members who want to go to the funeral. I think as a committee, we can make arrangements to see how we can get members there. I say this to you to say my thoughts and prayers are with the Ntuli family at this time, Honorable Ntuli, and to the ANC itself as a party. So I just want to recognize her in her absence, have it noted, and thank members for sending messages on the group, but also keep encouraging Honorable Ntuli. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is a tragedy. So I just wanted to share just those thoughts and send you there. Thank you very much, honorable members, and I want to adjourn the meeting. The meeting is thus adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Chairperson.
Long live the chair. Gamza.
Recording stopped.